Hey, everybody. So we are doing the lymphatic technique module 2. And here we're going to be dealing with improving functions of other things because they contribute to lymphatic function. And this is one of the things that makes treating lymphatic issues a little bit more complicated, is that it kind of is intertwined into a lot of systems. Like it is part circulatory system, part immune system. Like you could put it in each one as far as what it's labeled as. So here we want to go through and start treating things that are contributing factors to poor lymphatic function. And so up at the top, at the beginning of the booklet, I gave some explanations for respiratory function in the lymphatic system, digestive function, cardiovascular function in the lymphatic system, blood viscosity, urinary function, skin function, fascia, which is the connective tissue, the feet. There's a little section on the feet. All of this are things we're going to be treating, but I wanted to also give you explanations so later you could go back and kind of read. I think it's always good to do it by experience, just because sometimes the information hard to translate into the cause and effect in the body. So we'll treat it, and then you can always go back in and read some of the information if you wish. And then some of it I dropped down into the process itself. So right off the bat, if you go to the top of page 6, we're going to start with treatment. And we're just going to better establish parasympathetic activity, which is your rest and repair mode. When your body goes into more fight flight, lymphatic function diminishes. When you are a bit more in the parasympathetic state, lymphatic function increases. We're striving for a balance, but for most of us, we're deficient in the parasympathetic activity. And so you can kind of see there's some of the aspects of what parasympathetic activity is associated with. But let's start with now at the top of page 7, we're going to start with the very first aspect. And there's a list of several oils here. And what did I give them in the kit for this? Lemongrass?
Lemongrass roller ball.
Yeah. So, there's a free class. There was a kit if you wanted it. In that kit is the lemongrass rollerball, but all of these things are useful here. So tansy, dark blue tansy, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, marjoram, sage, tarragon, yarrow, and then blends would be backheart, blue healer, calm, marjoram supreme, sage supreme, and stillness. Okay, so pull something out from the list that we gave you. And before we get rolling, check in with your body. See how your body feels. See how the joints feel. See your emotions. See your mind. Okay, so I think you probably have your oil ready to go. So here we're treating and helping to deepen the parasympathetic state. It's a thing that we do in a lot of different aspects. We tapped into it a little bit in the first module, but as we're going through and working these particular aspects, we want to take it a little deeper. Begin inhaling with your awareness on your armpits. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths, inhaling through the nose, exhaling through the mouth. And then move your awareness to the elbows. Your awareness is on your elbows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to your wrists. The palms of your hands. And then your hips, the sides of your hips. And the knees. Your awareness is on the knees. And ankles. Your awareness is on the ankles. different, yeah. Soles of your feet. Your awareness is on the soles of your feet. And then the back heart. And we're going to linger on the back heart for a little bit. So your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Still on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Just be still. Notice how you feel. You know, one of the things I like to do with like the lemongrass or whatever you're using here for parasympathetic activity is do the thing with body awareness. It's not in the notes, but let's go ahead and just have you check in with your body. Where do you feel the most tension, agitation, like a clamping down, whatever you feel. Check out your whole body, put your awareness on that spot, and then inhale into that area. And then just let go. We'll begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the armpits. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness in the armpits. Your elbows, your awareness is on the elbows. Your awareness is on your elbows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your wrists, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your wrists. The palms of your hands. Your awareness is on the palm. Your hips. Your awareness is on your hips. The knees. Awareness is on the knees, especially the back of the knee. The ankles. Awareness is on the ankles. The soles of your feet. And the back heart. The area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking long, slow, deep breath. And just be still, be aware, just let go. Begin with your body. Where do you feel it? It might be your normal spots. It might be somewhere new. Wherever you feel something, an agitation, a tenseness, a clamping down, a heaviness, put your awareness on that spot. Don't inhale the oil yet. Just put your awareness on that spot. Yeah, begin inhaling the oil into that area. Wherever that is, begin inhaling. And just let go. Just let go. Okay, we're going to drop down to number 2. And this is a thing called aerophagy. It's not really something that gets diagnosed very much in the West, but it is an issue. It can be associated with stress. It can be associated with anxiety. It can be associated with digestive issues. But basically, it means the swallowing or gulping of air, right? And so this usually means that there's spasms and tension in the esophagus, can be in the trachea, but also in the stomach. Not the whole gut, but just like the entry point when it hits the stomach. So with this, what happens is it produces like bloating, it can produce gas, but it also throws off the breath. It can increase the rate of respiration, making you breathe more rapidly. But it will very much increase the tension in the nervous system, especially the sympathetic. So basically, it makes you go into fight flight easier, right? So we want to calm this down. So it feels good. It helps things move better, especially in the respiratory tract and the digestive tract, but it aids in the movement of lymph through the body. If you're gulping air, that means you're not breathing properly. If you're not breathing properly, the movement of lymph through the body is greatly reduced. So one of the things we want to do is we want to help regulate the respiratory function, specifically to how it impacts lymphatic movement, so we're not treating a bunch of respiratory issues. We're treating the aspects of the respiratory system that contributes to lymphatic function, as well as some of the digestive function here, because gulping of air is also spasms in the stomach. Okay, so I wrote down a definition so you could go through it and read about it a little bit better, but let's drop down to page 8 and do treatment. And it gave you several oils, and I broke out my old oil, aerophagy. Usually I would just give it to clients. It was something that I used back in my clinical days, a version of this. We have more oils. We made it a little bit stronger than it used to be. So again, you can use the blend aerophagy, anise, caraway, coriander, fennel. Lemon works. Lemon's not the greatest, but it will work, especially over a period of time. marjoram, oregano, peppermint, and tarragon. Now, we're going to do a breathing exercise with this, but also taking a drop or two of one of these oils and water on a daily basis. I tend to think like either right when you get up in the morning or right as you go to bed. The thing that I would say about that though is don't use peppermint right before bed. Right, peppermint relaxes the sphincter in the muscle, and so sphincter in the muscle for the stomach. And so if you use peppermint right before bed, it relaxes that. So then when you lay down, stomach acid actually goes up the esophagus. So rule of thumb is 3 or 4 hours before bed, stop using peppermint if you are using peppermint. So if you're not sure, just shoot for doing this in the morning. Don't worry about doing this in the evening. Okay, so again, a drop or two in water if you feel up to it. Anise is used traditionally, but all the other ones also will have an impact. And the blend is the most potent part. It's made specifically for this condition. And yeah, I think that's enough. So notice how you breathe. Take a long, slow, deep breath in, exhale. Notice your rate of breathing. This is mostly up in the throat. So begin inhaling. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the throat, the center of your throat. Still in the throat, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now drop down to the throat minor, which is the bottom part of the throat, that little notch between your two collarbones. Now move your awareness to the back solar, the middle of your back. Long, slow, deep breaths in that area. You're still on the back solar. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Let go of it all. Just let go. Just be still. You can keep your eyes closed. Just let it incubate for a moment. And without smelling the oils, just take a long, slow, deep breath. How does the breath feel? Yeah. Samantha is saying like deeper, but especially like up in here, right? That's what we're shooting for, is we're trying to loosen up this particular area. So doing this breathing process helps, but also taking a drop or two of the oils on a daily basis will help. So again, let's begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. You're still inhaling on the throat. Move your awareness down to the bottom part of your throat. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness at the bottom of your throat. And then move to your back solar plexus, your mid back area. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're still on the back solar. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. Let go of everything. Just let go. Yeah. Check in with your throat, your upper chest, like up in this area, like up in this area. Where do you feel some tension? Where do you feel like a tightness or a restriction? You're not inhaling, you're just checking into that area. Wherever you feel that tension in your body, begin inhaling the oil into that area. You're inhaling into that area of your body. And then just let go. Just be still, be aware for a moment. And again, begin inhaling on the throat. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. We want to really treat this aspect right here. Your awareness is on the throat. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Drop down to the throat minor, the bottom of your throat. Long, slow, deep breath. Your back solar plexus. Your awareness is on the back solar plexus, mid back area. You're still on the back solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. And without inhaling the oil, just take a long, slow, deep breath. See how your breath is right now. You're not. You look sleepy. Yeah, we might have lost Samantha with that one. So what Samantha said was her experience was everything's a lot calmer, a lot more mellow, and she was able to take a much deeper breath when she inhaled. So we're going to move on now to the next section. which is fortifying the autonomic function. And these are not just things where we're going to target something, it's how these things interact, like the interplay between the systems. So we always talk about sympathetic nervous system, fight flight, or parasympathetic, which is rest and repair, but they are part of what you call the autonomic nervous system, or the ANS. And so there's a little description here for the ANS if you want to look at that or read that. And some of it will start to seem a little bit redundant, but still I want to educate you in the process. And here we're doing this actually through the breath. Like one of the best ways to try to regulate the parasympathetic activities, sympathetic nervous system, and to fortify the autonomic system is to utilize the breath. And so here you have some choices. There's two applications to this particular step. So you can use Larch, you can use pulmonary stress support, or that blend KMG, which is an old formula for fortifying the autonomic nervous system. No, ANS won't work on this one. Like some spruces, like if they have spruces. Yeah. I think everybody's kind of pulled together an oil, and if we need something different. Okay. Okay, so here we're going to hit the lower centers, and the lower centers are tied to a lot of the physiological responses and your overall vitality of the physical form. So whichever oil you're using, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. Still on the navel, still taking long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. And then the low back opposite your navel. Move your awareness to the sixth chakra, where the sex organs are. And then the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is at the bottom of the tailbone. And then just let go. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on the navel. Your spleen on the left-hand side below your ribs. Your low back area, opposite the navel on the back side, the Ming Men. Wait. The sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And then the bottom of the tailbone, the basic. Hmm. Oh, I forgot to write it. Yeah, it's supposed to be in there. I just didn't know it. So just be still, be aware, just let go. And just be still. You can do better as well, like in the notes. Hey, we're going to the second aspect, which is the breath. Here we want to basically slow down the breath. We're doing things to deepen the breath. We also want to slow the breath down. So there is a condition that's associated with rapid breathing that doesn't allow for the nervous system to function properly. It slows down the movement of lymph, produces anxiety, tightens the diaphragm. And so some of these things we're doing is to help unwind this. Okay. So for some reason in my notes, I left out a couple single oils. So you can use larch, spikenard, lang lang, but you can also use rooskous and vetiver. And for some reason, I didn't list them. So we're correcting that. And then if you are using small bottles, remember that there's a little lid, like little safety lid thing that keeps it from leaking. So you want to be able to see the hole. And then if you want to get a drop on your skin, you turn it upside down and then tap, and out it comes. So also pulmonary stress support, the core breath, or unconscious. So you're beginning to inhale. Your awareness is at the bottom of the throat, right off the bat, the throat minor. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the bottom of the throat. Move your awareness to the lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the back heart. Move your awareness to the back heart. The front solar. The area below your ribs on your upper abdomen, the front solar plexus. And your back solar, the mid back area. And then just be still. Must be still. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your throat minor, which is the bottom part of your throat. Your lungs. Your awareness is on your lungs. Your awareness is on your back heart. Your awareness is on the back heart. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move to your front solar plexus. Your awareness is on your front solar plexus. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back solar plexus, your mid back area. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. So we have the oil that you just used. Let's pull out the oil that you used for the aerophagy. The one we did, the second one we did. right? So could be the blend aerophagy, could be anise, coriander, caraway, tarragon. Whatever it is, have one of them in each hand. Of the one we just used, and then the one you used for aerophagy. And this is going to be just a little way to do a quick tune-up, right? So you can just pick one of them. It doesn't matter which one. Put it to your nose and begin inhaling. And then switch to the other oil. You're not following a pattern. You're just taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then switch back to the other oil. We're just going back and forth between those two choices. So switch to the other one. I'll get my hands down. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And again, switch the oils. We're just going back and forth between the two choices. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then switch the oils again. Long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still, be aware. Just let it incubate for a moment. Now, without inhaling an oil, just take a long, slow, deep breath and notice your breath. Notice how your body feels. Notice your thoughts. Okay, we have a few minutes before we break for lunch, so let's go ahead. We have a hard out just a few minutes before the hour, so we can do about 10 minutes or so of sharing expenses or questions, and we'll do some after lunch as well. But go ahead and unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Andrea.
Hey, Andrea.
Hi there. You know, all of this involves our awareness on a particular area or chakra.
Mhm.
And I tend to be a little on the mental side and a little
Mhm.
bit scattered. And so my awareness sometimes when it says like the navel, all I see is the word. Sometimes I can see the navel on me, the chakra on me.
Mhm.
Sometimes I'm aware of just kind of being in essence in the middle of the chakra.
Sure.
And sometimes I'm inside by the central channel looking at the chakra from the backside.
Mhm.
So I guess my question is am I getting anything out of this?
Yeah, the easiest way, because you are expanding and starting to, like, this isn't necessarily a meditation, but it has meditative qualities to it. The best way to probably do it to keep the attention anchored is put it on that area of the body where that chakra is located. You don't necessarily have to do the chakra itself, but the center of the chest, or like the navel, go to the belly button area, and then just leave it kind of linger there. And you are getting it into the body, but you're also tapping into the surface of the chakra and the function of the chakra. You don't necessarily have to visualize the chakra. You're just kind of putting your attention and awareness on the part of the body that like where that chakra is located is probably the easiest way, because that will keep the mind kind of anchored a little bit.
Great. Thank you very much.
You're so welcome. And good for you being able to see all that.
And go ahead, Sonia.
Hey, Sonia.
What does KGM stand for?
It's a old formula that's a big long German word, and so it's just somebody's name. So, but I just kind of honor that it's an old formula. So.
Is there a particular oils that are stuck in it?
I can tell you the formula.
Okay.
Yeah, give me just a sec. So it's Melissa, Omarosa, thyme linalool, bergamot, ginger, clary sage, anise, basil, clove, lemon myrtle, really super fancy lavender, lavender Provence, rosemary, sage, geranium, ravent, Sara, copaeba, and Eucalyptus radiata.
I was just giving them an extra second. to write
Mhm.
it out.
Yeah, it's like the thing is like it's this really old German formula, and I can't remember the guy's name. In fact, I think it's two guys, but the formula is very, very old. And it's not it's it's a weird one. They don't give the formula like, oh, these are the plants you use. It's a formula that's written in chemistry. Like, so it's like chemicals that you need to bring forward in this compound to make it forward. And so, basically what I did is I went through each of the chemical compounds and looked at oils that would have the maximum amount of that particular compound, and then we formulated it. And so, there's actually different, not so much in the US, but in Europe, there's different formulas for this, but it's because it's all based in the chemistry of things rather than the actual plant itself.
Okay.
I don't very often blend by chemistry, so it's not my strong suit. Like, I look at things energetically, but even when I was looking at the chemistry of it, I still use the energetic principles to go through and measure what would make it the strongest. But instead of looking at plants, I looked at the plants that had each of these chemical components, because a lot of times in medical aromatherapy, when they're using a particular oil, they look at the chemistry of it and they'll say, okay, this chemistry can do this or that. So there's lots of different ways of doing it. My issue with like blending things just by the chemistry, it really doesn't factor in psychological factors or esoteric factors. It's just about a physiological treatment. And so when I was doing this, I still wanted to hit and impact that emotional mental component. So I did it within the parameters of the chemistry, but you could say there's a little artistic expression in the version that I put forward. And I actually made this like a couple of years ago, and I think it was in one of the classes or was mentioned in a class, but I haven't really put it forward. I play with it a lot just to see the parameters of what I can treat with it. But I've had several cases where I've dropped blood pressure in people by using it, and have treated difficult sleep-related issues. It doesn't mean that it's going to treat them all, but it usually is when the autonomic nervous system is not functioning well, or an aspect of it is very, very depleted. And really a lot of issues of health in the body, you could almost always go back to some sort of dysfunction in the autonomic nervous system. And so you know, it's kind of complicated. I am working on the notes. You know how we do those free classes for the class conditions. I'm working on the notes for coming up with very straightforward processes to present to you guys, where you don't have to interpret a lot of like, is this the somatic nerves or the autonomic nerves? Like I'm trying to put some processes in place to be able to put that class forward. So when I get it closer to being done, you know, probably be like summertime. We'll go through and we'll do the class conditions specifically for the nervous system, and there'll be a bunch of protocols, and I mean, this will be one of them, but we'll go deep on autonomic function, you know, just all the different parts of the nervous system and the things that contribute to it, you know. And so yeah, so this is just a little piece out of that. Oh, we're gonna need to.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna jump over to the Astara Sunday session. Join us if you'd like. We're posting the link here if you'd like to join us. It usually lasts about 15 or 20 minutes. It'll start right on the hour. And we're gonna break for lunch right now and come back at 1:30 Central Time. So do the math, whatever time zone you're in, but basically in an hour and a half. So I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Well, hey everybody, let's come on back. We're gonna jump into segment 2 at the top of page 10. And let's have you bring forth, like, you know, just find something in the house where it's like a lotion or a massage oil, or even if you don't have that, you can go get a little bit of the olive oil that you use for cooking, just a small amount, and have it handy. You don't have it, that's fine, but it'd be a little bit better if you had some. Okay, so the very first thing we're doing is in this segment is blood viscosity. So basically it means like the thickness of the blood in the lymph. When the blood gets too thick, it's harder to circulate in the body. It's harder to get blood to the joints and through the capillaries. But basically it stagnates lymphatic movement. So anytime you want to get something throughout the whole body, one of the things you can do is just focus inhalations with your awareness on the lungs. When you get it into the lungs, as the blood passes through the lung tissue, it mixes what you're breathing in into the blood itself. And here we're mixing things in that have a thinning effect on the blood and lymph. So choices are benchmark time, helichrysum, lemon, thyme geranol, thyme thuyanol, the pepper supreme, or the blend viscosity. Yeah, in the kit, the one that was for purchase, you guys have lemon. You can also augment this by taking a few drops of like the lemon or the thyme on a daily basis, a few drops in water. You can do that now if you want, but here we're going to focus on the inhalation. So again, before we start, just check in with your body, see how you feel, move around, see how the joints feel. And whatever oil you chose, let's go ahead and begin inhaling, and your awareness is on the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. I didn't put it again. And then give yourself a break. Just be still for a moment. And again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then just be still. Just be still, be aware. And again, same oil. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then just be still. be still for a moment. Again, begin inhaling that same oil. Long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your lungs. And then just be still. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your lungs. Just be still, be aware, just let go. Let go of the inhalation, just be still for a moment. Begin inhaling again. Inhale the same oil, your awareness is on the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths. Continue taking long, slow, deep breaths with the same oil. What do you feel like you do? Yeah. Yeah, I was asking Samantha how she feels when she does this, and she's like, it's super relaxing. Part of it is you're thinning the blood and you're thinning the viscosity. So blood is getting to areas that like deeper into the tissue, and lymph is moving a little bit easier. And when lymph moves, it is actually relaxing to the body because it starts to calm and soothe the nerves. So this seems like it's just about the blood on one level, but as you go through and you do this, it actually has a very deep impact on the movement of lymph within the body. By opening up the lungs in the previous part, this is deepening the effect as we move into segment 2. So you're still inhaling long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then just let go. Let go of everything. Just be still. Let go. Mhm. Hmm. And again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the lungs. Same oil. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. You're still taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is still on just the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is just on the lungs. And then just be still. Just let it go. Just be still. Again, begin inhaling, same oil, still directed to the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. You're inhaling, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Just be still. Just be still, be aware. Just let it incubate for a little bit. Okay, we're going to go to the next section for the feet. And here, your choices are Taget's or vetiver, or there's the blend soothing foot rub. right? Taggets is usually the thing that's used to increase lymphatic circulation in the feet, to also calm the nervous system in the feet and help to detoxify the feet and the tissue. It's used for a lot of variations of foot disorders, including things like bunions. And so it stimulates circulation, detoxifies, stimulates lymphatic movement in the feet. And this is one of the areas in your body where lymph can really stagnate. This one is because it's the bottom part of the body, and gravity just tends to have this debris or material like accumulate in the feet. So we're going to put some things in our feet, and then we're still going to continue with the first part where we're focusing on the lungs. So this is best applied with like a lotion or some sort of massage oil. You could also just use alcohol or witch hazel, but a carrier is good in this. If you don't have it, just put a few drops and rub it around, but we want it to linger in the area for a while, and massage oils and lotions are really good for that. So like I said, you could also use a little bit of olive oil or something similar from the kitchen. And so whatever you have, just make it work. Okay, so pull that out. Yeah, so the ones that bought the kit, you're gonna see, you're gonna take the lotion, so this is just a blank lotion, and you'll squirt a little bit in your hand like so, right? And then you're going to take the oil. You're going to take the oil and you're going to put about 6 drops. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then you're going to rub it together and then apply it to your foot or your feet. Yeah.
Had you applied my feet.
Right. So apply to the feet, and really, if like this is the bottom of your foot, use your thumb and really kind of get in there and dig around for sore spots. Like, you've got the lotion and the oil on there. So just kind of move your thumb back and forth like so, just finding your spots. Also, you can kind of pinch in between the bones on the upper part of the foot. And be very liberal with the oil on your feet. Cover the whole foot, the top, the sides, the heel, in between the toes, the ball of the foot, go up into the ankle a little bit. And then once you do, go back to whatever you were using for the previous application, where we were treating the viscosity of the blood with our awareness on the lungs. So if you were using lemon or some form of thyme or viscosity, pull that still back out. Yeah, Daggett smells really good. They actually use it in perfumery, like as a base note. I was just telling Samantha that Taggett's, they use it actually in perfumery for base notes. They use it as an additive in different foods. There used to be a bubble gum that they used to make a long time ago, like 30 years ago, maybe, that they used to add it to. And then I want to say they added also to pipe tobacco. But Anyway, we use it for the feet. Okay, so you're inhaling your oil, be it lemon or thyme or viscosity, pepper supreme. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. Again, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Same oil. Your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Let go of everything, just be still. Let's put another round on our feet again. So again, a little bit of lotion or oil and mix in your either your taggets or your vetiver and cover both your feet again.
If they were to fill up this whole bottle, that we gave them in the kit, how many drops do you think you'd put in?
Probably 60 to 80. Right. And now we're going to move to the skin. So you have some choices here: celery, coffee, helichrysum, hyssop, lovage, parsley, and apparently I left a couple off again. One is the arthrocare, and the other one is orange healer. Like you could use that one as well. So these are good to take salt baths with if you'd like. It's listed there as 10 to 15 drops, but here we're going to practice body awareness. Arthrocare has a lot of lovage in it. Has like birch tar, lovage, eucalyptus, citrodora, things that are very detoxifying. Its thing is about removing deposits like in the joint, but part of how it does it is through increasing and improving skin function. So if you want to put a little bit of arthrocare in your mix it with lotion and rub it on an area, feel free. If you have a problem spot, it really helps break up the deposits in that area. Deposits can be all kinds of things. You know, uric acid, lactic acid from exercise and being an oxygen debt, just debris in the blood, inflammatory material. Anytime you stimulate the skin's detoxification process, you actually stimulate detoxification in the liver, the lungs, the kidneys, the spleen, and the gallbladder. So with that, check in with your body. Where do you feel things in your body? And begin inhaling your oil choice here, whatever that is. If you feel tension or heaviness, achiness, a dullness in that area, whatever that is, your awareness is on it as you breathe in your choice. And just be still. Just let it all go. Just be still for a moment. Again, check in with your body. Wherever you feel denseness or heaviness, begin inhaling with your awareness on that part of your body. Anywhere where there's a heaviness, denseness, compromised part of your body, tension, achiness, your awareness is on that area and breathe into that area. Yeah, nice. Yeah. It's okay if I say. Samantha was saying, like, as she's doing this, like her jaws are relaxing, everything's like relaxing. When you move the lymph in some of these different ways, part of what happens is it relaxes the fascia, it relaxes the soft tissue, it starts relaxing the nervous system. You know, these things are very intertwined. That's why sometimes a symptom-oriented approach doesn't always nail what's going on. Here we're looking at processes and not just treating symptom or systems, we're treating processes, we're stimulating processes in the body. And so by going through and doing this, it will intertwine between several body systems. Just let go for a moment. Let go, be still, be aware. Again, practice body awareness. Where do you feel the denseness? Where do you feel the heaviness? And begin inhaling. And be still, be aware, just let go. Okay, we're going to go to the last application of this part, and it's number 4, circulation. So here we're trying to target increasing the circulation in the body, but we're also relaxing the muscles, the skeletal muscles. And by relaxing skeletal muscles, it improves circulation, but it also improves how lymph is circulated and moved through the body, and it improves the lymphatic system's ability to detoxify areas. So a really super good choice for this is either Ruscus or Vetiver. So pull out either your Ruskus or your vetiver. And begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your feet. Your awareness is on your feet. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. Your lower leg, from the ankles all the way up to the knee. Taking long, slow, deep breaths on the lower legs. The knees and the thighs, your upper thigh. Inhale with your awareness on the knees and your thighs. Move your awareness to the pelvis, the back, the sides, the front, the floor of the pelvis, the whole pelvic girdle. Long, slow, deep breaths. Just let go. Let go of everything for a moment. Just let yourself relax. Let the inhalation go. Just be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the low back and the low abdomen at the same time. Basically, from the belly button down and belly button down from the backside. The Ming Men down. Just that lower part of your torso. Move to your whole abdominal cavity. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your whole abdominal cavity. How's your body feel? Yeah. Or what? Let me do it again. Just because that's a good thing. And then your mid back. Your awareness is on your mid back. Yep. Your chest and upper back. Your awareness is on your chest and upper back. All across the back side, all across the front side. Just let go for a moment. Just be still, be aware. Just let go. Just let it soak in. How is your body feeling? Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the tops of the shoulders, like this area right here. Take long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the tops of your shoulders. Your arms, your forearms, and your hands. Or your arms, your forearms, your hands. Let that go and move to your neck, the front, the sides, the back of the neck. And then your jaws. And your whole head. And just be still. Let go of everything. Just be still. Just let it incubate. Okay. We're going to take a little break and then we're going to come back and do the next segment. So it's about 1/4 till. We'll come back straight up on the hour. Hey everybody, we're at the top of page 12. And now we're dealing with fascia, which is the connective tissue that makes up your body. It wraps around muscles, nerves, holds the internal organs in place, but basically kind of gives your body form. And so it's not necessarily muscle, but it's the connective tissue and everything in between. So what happens sometimes when the fascia becomes inflamed, it shuts down lymphatic function, but especially the lymph nodes. So this is an aspect where we're reducing the inflammation in the fascia and increasing the body's potential to detoxify, but especially detoxifying the fascia itself. When there's too much fluid, or when there's toxic material, some of it gets dumped in joints and some of it gets dumped in connective tissue, which is the fascia. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to utilize lemongrass. So you're going to pull out your lemongrass. Putting lemongrass in alcohol, like so making a liniment or a body tonic, which is alcohol and witch hazel, and applying it to the area is one of the quickest ways to reduce inflamed fascia in a particular area. Perfect example of inflamed fascia could be, any series of inflammatory disorders, but there's the condition plantar myofasciitis. It's basically inflamed fascia in the foot and lower leg. So it will cause the arches to fall, causes disruptions in the lower leg and foot. But this can happen actually anywhere. So with this, you're going to have your lemongrass and you're going to start taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the lungs. And then your awareness is on the bottom of the tailbone. Your awareness is on the basic, the bottom of the tailbone. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just be still. Be still, be aware. Just maintain your stillness. Begin inhaling the lemongrass again with your awareness on the lungs. Move your awareness to the bottom of the tailbone, the basic chakra. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. So next, we're going to address the muscle contraction and body tension to an even deeper level. And so I wrote some things out here that you could go through and read about, but let's just jump in and do the process. So you're going to pull out marjoram. You're going to pull out your marjoram. And check in with your body, check in where there's tension, where there's heaviness, or where there's an issue, and begin inhaling. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on some aspect of your body. You're inhaling marjoram. Long, slow, deep breath. Inhaling the marjoram. Just be still. Be still, be aware. Just let go for a moment. Don't inhale at this point, but check in with your body. Where do you feel a heaviness? Where do you feel a denseness or a tension? Or where do you have a compromised part of your body? An ache, a pain, arthritis, whatever it might be. Just observe these areas. Don't necessarily inhale yet. You're just observing these areas. Begin inhaling with the marjoram. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths, inhaling into that area of your body. Long, slow, deep breath. And then just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Again, check in with your body. Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel heaviness? Where is your body compromised? Begin inhaling into that area again, still with the mudra. And then just let go. So this next piece, it's a little bit complicated, but it's not. So there are these things called trigger points, where they're very specific parts of the body and muscle that develop, and they're a byproduct of like toxicity in the body. Poor lymphatic movement, poor lymphatic drainage, and they actually start to cause neurological dysfunction. So they can cause pain syndromes where pain radiates. So sometimes where you feel pain is actually not where the pain is at, because if it's a trigger point, it's radiating pain to a different area of the body. Like, for example, trigger points up in the temple radiate pain down into the teeth. So you might think that you have issues with your teeth when really you have issues with the side of your head. You could have a trigger point in the shoulder, but feel pain down in the fingers, for example. And so trigger point activity in the abdomen, the abdominal muscles, can cause dysfunction on the backside of your body in the back. And so we want to diminish this potential or these activities, but anytime trigger points are activated, it actually shuts down the function of lymph nodes. And lymph nodes, like as the lymph passes through the nodes, it kind of identifies and filters out like harmful material, viruses, bacterias, things of this nature, but also like inflammatory material. And so if the lymph nodes aren't working, actually the fascia becomes more and more toxic. So we are going to utilize the aspect of treating the lymph nodes, which will stimulate deeper lymphatic detoxification and help stimulate the better function of the lymphatic system. So I wrote a little section there for trigger points, and then I wrote another little section for lymph nodes so that you can have some understanding if you want to read or study or just have something to flip through. But then below that, we're going to do the protocol for the lymph nodes. And we're going to do it by utilizing things that are good for deactivating trigger points. So you can use your trigger point blend. You can use Thuja, you can use Arbor Vitae or Arbor Vitae, however you'd like to say it. Or you could use bay laurel. Like all of these are very helpful to the lymph nodes. Are also very helpful to deactivating the trigger points. So this idea of trigger points and lymph nodes, even though there's two sections that I wrote about, it's actually one protocol because there's like two sides of a coin that you're treating here. Okay, so with that, pull out one of the oils that you have. Yeah, so if you got the trigger point ointment that's in the kit, you can still inhale that, but you can take a little bit and rub it on some of these areas. I thought I'd do it as an ointment so you could rub it on some of the areas as well, especially areas that are somewhat compromised. So even if you end up using all of the ointment, because it's just like, I don't know, like a half ounce or a third of an ounce or something, I made it very potent. You can still just inhale the bottle afterwards. So I tried to make it turnkey for the ones that got the kit. Okay, so you're going to begin by inhaling. Your awareness is on your throat and just your throat area. Like you can like do in and around the throat, the sides of the throat, not necessarily just the chakra, but just the whole throat area. It's the sesame complex. Yeah, the base and the ointment that's in the kit that's on that you guys purchased is sesame complex, which is several different base oils specifically for lymphatic function. And then drop down to the bottom of the throat minor. So like all in this area. No, images for the. I mean, somebody requested. Mhm. Mhm. Okay. Boy, I really dropped it. Okay, just let it go. Just let it go for a moment. And then begin inhaling again, same area. The throat, you're going to pay attention to your throat area. Take long, slow, deep breaths, your awareness on your throat area. Yeah. And then drop down to the bottom of the throat. Long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness down and around the base of your throat, all along, like side to side, around the collarbone area, just this whole area. Not necessarily just a chakra, but just in the area of that chakra. Just let go. Let go of everything, just let go. Now we're going to do the jaws and the ears, but it's more like around the ears, like you're kind of hitting like all this area and up around the back of the ear and down in the upper part of the neck, like still just behind the ear. You can rub ointment on that, and we're also going to inhale into that area. So take long, slow, deep breaths and inhale into that area around your jaw, your ear, and around your ear. And then just let go. Just let go. Again, begin inhaling around your jaws and ear area. Just explore that area and keep inhaling with your awareness on those spots. And then just let go. Just let go. Begin inhaling again. Your awareness is on your armpits. Your awareness is on your armpits. Move your awareness to the chest area, especially the upper chest, like up in here. Keep inhaling with your awareness on the chest area. And just let go. Just let it incubate and just let go. Again, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your armpits. And your chest area. Just let go. Now we're moving to the abdominal cavity, the area below your ribs, all the way down to your belt line, the whole abdominal cavity. So begin inhaling and just explore the areas of your abdominal cavity. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the abdominal cavity. And then just be still. Just be still. Again, inhale, your awareness is on the abdominal cavity. Long, slow, deep breaths really explore the abdominal area. Just be still. And begin inhaling the groin area, that crease in between your leg and where it attaches to the pelvis. There's some big lymph nodes in that area. So you're going to inhale into that area. And then just be still. Be aware. Be still and be aware. Again, awareness is on the groin area. You're taking long, slow, deep breaths. And then just let go. And the last little area, begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the back of your knees. And then just let go. Begin inhaling again, the back of the knees. And then just be still. Just let it incubate for a moment. What I'm feeling you. Yeah. And deeper than the first module. Yeah. Check in with your body. See how it feels. Check in with your joints, twist around a little bit. You know, when we did the first module, I was just saying this kind of behind the scenes. We had to go through and like kind of unwind things. So that is the proper, like you could say, first step. Once that's been unwound, we can start going deeper and deeper. So each of the modules, excuse me, keep taking the lymphatic work deeper and deeper and start addressing very specific things. And so, you know, I said there's going to be 7 modules. We might stop at 7. We might actually go to 10. Like we could carry this out and do lymphatic work for just the rest of the year. But I don't know. We'll see. After we do the lymphatic work, we're gonna probably do it on respiratory function later in the year. do a similar process. So anyway, let's go ahead and take a break and see, it's almost 4. We'll take a 15-minute break. We're going to come back and we're going to share experiences and answer questions. And then we'll finish and do the last segment. So we'll come back at 4:15, well, quarter after the hour. Hey, everybody. Let's go ahead and do a little bit of sharing experiences. And then after that, we'll do questions and answers. So you can unmute yourself or type in. Go ahead and fire away.
And I know some of you guys had your hand raised before we went to lunch. So if you still have a question or a share, go ahead, I can call on you. Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Hey, Greg. Earlier in the day, you talked about lemon and lemon internally.
Mhm.
And if I remember right, lemon's sensitizing to the skin.
Sensitizing to the skin if you apply a lot to the skin. Taking it internally doesn't happen quite as easily unless you're doing really big dosages.
Okay, so in this case, I think it was 1 to 2 drops, so that shouldn't be an issue.
No, it shouldn't be an issue at all. Like a lot of times the sensitivity to the sun is like when you put it on topically and then go expose that area to the sun.
Okay, and then there were some other oils in that section. And I'm trying to find the section, but I'm having trouble today with it. There were some times, benchmark time and time geranol, I think.
Right, time theanol, time geranol.
Yeah, could those be internal as well?
Yes.
And those wouldn't have the same likelihood of sensitivity?
No.
Okay, perfect.
And they're a very soft time. Like they're not, they don't have the heat that like red or white thyme quite has. And so they're a little bit more specific to certain kinds of bacteria and viruses, but they're very good for thinning down the lymph. In fact, in the old days, this is many, many years ago, I used to put theanol in some of the lymphatic ointments, in a blend with a bunch of other things. But over a period of time, I kind of switched the formula. But I mean, that's how good it is. It was a bread and butter oil for even topical applications.
Okay, great. Thank you.
And go ahead, Caitlin.
Hey, Caitlin.
Hello.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I just wanted to say I didn't have to, I did go very deep, but
You're cutting in and out.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I couldn't understand what you were saying.
I'm sorry, for some reason it did not pick up. Hello?
I think we'll be able to hear you now. Let's try it.
Okay. But yeah, no, the classes have been amazing and it's just
good.
It's been awesome. I did have a really strange experience earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to think too hard about it, but
Sure.
I had a really peaceful morning and I could feel like a lot of the parasympathetic activation you're talking about.
Mhm.
And then I went to my truck. I was on our lunch break. I was gonna go for a run. And I went to my truck and there was a dead rat
Yeah.
in the center console. And I immediately jumped to like all the energetic reasons that it'd be there.
Yeah.
Really upsetting and gross. And
Yeah.
anyway, normally things like that would like derail my entire day and it would just be like spiraling upward, and I'm still not quite sure what it means, but
Sometimes
don't
it
know.
just means that your car is nice and cozy for the rat to crawl up into. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that
It's
makes
an
sense.
environment. Yeah. Like when I lived in New Mexico, we had to always, like when I'd park in my house, we had to always lift the hood up because if we didn't, the mice would get in and like nest in the engine. And, you know, it's a nice farm place. And then they start eating the wires. And so the remedy that we used to do is just if you lift the engine, then it's not the nice cozy place anymore. And as long as we did that, it would stop. As soon as we stopped doing it, they'd be right back up in there. So, you know, we tried all kinds of things, but sometimes it's just the nature of where you're living at.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
I definitely, you know, was listening while I was cleaning up my truck and, you know, just kept with the practice and,
Mhm.
you know, I feel really good right now.
Good. Yeah, sorry for the rat thing. That's
No,
a
I mean,
weird one.
it
Yeah,
was a great.
I laugh because I had so many experiences that were very similar where get in the car and there would be like a live mouse sitting on the dash or something. And I'm like,
Oh, yeah, I've never had that experience before. I was like, is this
Yeah.
like one or
Yeah.
I
You
don't
know,
know.
because it depends. Like we never had mice in the house, but they were like if we left shoes outside, for example, when we'd come back in the morning, the whole tops of the shoes would be eaten. Like it was just when you have like field mice or roof rats or something in a particular area, you just got to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I really appreciate it. I feel really relaxed every time I do
Good.
my spot. It just keeps getting deeper and more expansive.
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Good.
everything goes
Glad
great.
you
Thank you.
enjoyed. Yeah. Glad you enjoyed.
Thank you.
And go ahead, Peggy.
Hey, Miss Peggy.
Thank you. Beautiful, awesome class, just like she said. I want to say, I just before we broke for lunch, I was going to ask, did I remember you're saying that the KMG was real good for sleep, like if you took it before bedtime?
Yeah, if you just inhale it right before bed, it's one of the ways that I knock out my insomnia. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. But usually, like you know, different people have different reasons why they can't fall asleep. For me, a lot of times it's not even so much stress, but like if I get wound up, like trying to hit a deadline, and then I hit the deadline, I kind of have a hard time going. Okay, now it's time to rest. Like you know, I'm like still in that push mode. And so it used to be a lot more of a problem as I was younger. But now that I'm older, I can pull out of it most times. But when I can't, that's what I do is I sit and I inhale the KMG. And, you know, I don't feel like super sleepy when I'm inhaling it. And then I'll go, well, you know, God, I hope I sleep. And then I lay down and, you know, I'm just out. And so it can be helpful for that. It's very fortifying to the autonomic nervous system, and it doesn't necessarily pull you out of like fight flight, but it's very toning to both sides, and it helps when that system is depleted or has become erratic, or you start to have a lot of like autonomic kind of symptoms that are, you know, going through the body. You know, sleeplessness being one of them. You know, sweats. You know, kinds of blood pressure issues, you know, there could be all kinds of things, respiratory issues. And so it's a way to kind of fortify and balance all that. In the old days, I used to use a version of it as kind of the primary thing when I would start treating somebody, especially when they had a really chronic health issue, because you can really like look at a lot of health issues. And if you start breaking down the contributing factors, there's usually a pretty substantial contributing factor of like a dysfunction in the autonomic nervous system, be it sympathetic or parasympathetic. And then there's usually a pretty substantial lymphatic issue. And so, and those two things are hand to hand anyway, you know, they're very intertwined. And so a lot of times when I deal with somebody with a really super chronic health issue, those are the places that I would start. Like crank up the lymphatic function, crank up and fortify the autonomic system. And then I found later that whatever we did seemed to work better and didn't take as long to do it.
Thank you. And Thursday morning, I woke up fine, but by Thursday afternoon, my left foot, ankle, and lower leg were all really swollen, heavily pronounced where the skin hurts because it's so tight.
Mhm.
And so I really, really, really needed this lymphatic thing. Right now, my ankle and my foot and everything looks just like the other one, looks normal.
Oh,
So
good.
The soothing yesterday seemed to start the lymphatic flowing or to shift it. And as of now, it looks normal. If somebody would have seen it then and seen it now, they wouldn't believe it. It's quite a difference. And so
the stress stuff that we did yesterday, I try to kind of pair things up or do things where everything kind of augments or supports everything. And so it's not necessarily something that has to happen for lymphatic function, but usually the thing that throws lymphatic function off is like a disruption in autonomic, balance, and which is usually either causing stress or because of stress. And so to go through and unwind all of that, like you noticed yesterday when we were doing the class, people were in the middle of having allergies or like a bad headache at the beginning of the day. We started unwinding stress, and allergic responses were going down, with whatever was going on. And a couple of people had headaches that went from, I think one person said they had one that was a 10 and it was down to a 2. We weren't even through the whole day. We were just getting through a portion of the day. So there are different kinds of stresses, but that is just about soothing the stress response, which is part of the defense mechanism. And part of the defense mechanism is tied to also lymphatic function. Your lymphatic function is tied to the body's defenses. So they're kind of intertwined.
thank you for that. Since we're talking about yesterday, I wondered, is the awesome rose that you gave us for yesterday's, is that the same as the rose alba, or are they different?
I'm sorry, they couldn't read my handwriting when they bottled it. It's actually Rose Absolute.
Oh, absolute.
So, yeah.
Okay.
I think it accidentally got labeled Alba, but it's because
No, it just says rose. So but I have rose
Yeah.
alba, so I wondered.
Yeah.
So,
Oh no, Rose Alba could be used, but in the kit we just used Rose Absolute.
well, it's beautiful. I love the smell. Now, totally non sequitur,
Uh-huh.
and maybe a little embarrassing. Forgive me in advance. I love it that you had to go potty just before lunch, because I had a steel bladder. Never
Yeah.
ever. Usually the class gets over at 1 minute till the hour, and it's like, buddy, you didn't give me enough time to go potty. So I really appreciate the fact that you have to use the restroom, and the fact that you said it out loud and found humor in it.
Yeah.
Childhood humor, I love it. But
Well, I started laughing because Samantha hadn't turned the recording off, and I thought
that's okay. I enjoyed it, and I thought, oh, good, I got a couple minutes to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So I appreciate those couple of minutes, but everything is wonderful. It's an awesome class. I'm more than happy on so many different levels. I'm just tickle pink, so to speak. I'm loving it. Thank you.
Good.
And go ahead, Dorothy.
Hey, Dorothy.
Let's get you unmuted here.
Yeah, okay. Hi.
Hey.
You were talking about that aerophagy. I don't know if I'm saying it right, whatever it is.
Mhm.
But and then you were talking about a whole lot of different ingredients in it.
Mhm.
And this is that German thing, that German ancient.
No, those are two separate things. There's a blend called the aerophagy that is for the gulping of the air, and then the KMG is for the autonomic nervous system. Yeah.
Well, you just mentioned something about the KMG, and can that be used? In fact, you said you went to sleep. Is that a sleep mechanism?
If there's dysfunction or an imbalance in the autonomic nervous system, be it fight, flight, or rest and repair, it helps to fortify that particular part. If your sleep is caused by that, it will help. If it's not caused by that, it'll be soothing, but it probably won't help you fall asleep.
Well, I've been diagnosed with what's it called? Sleep apnea.
Mhm.
But I don't know why I have it. I mean, I don't look like someone that would have it because I'm so slim.
Mhm.
But anyway, I guess that's a different thing. That wouldn't help that.
Apnea is not, the aerophagy. Yeah, something different.
I fell on the 4th of March and
Mhm.
cracked my kneecap
Mhm.
into a lot of different pieces and had an operation. And right now I'm hobbling around, keeping it straight. I'm not supposed to move it. I have a brace
Uh-huh.
on it.
Wow.
I'm just assuming that all of these things I'm doing, I have these oils here and going through all the processes that's going to help heal my knee.
Yeah. Anytime an injury or a wound or a surgery, lymphatic work is, lymphatic work is always in play, but especially in those times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll see you on the 8th. I'm doing the class then.
Oh,
too.
good.
Yeah. Okay. I guess that's it for now.
Okay.
And then we had some questions as well.
Yeah, fire away.
In the soothing the stress response class yesterday, we worked with the sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems.
Mhm.
How are the protocols in this class different from those protocols?
Different approaches. That one's a little bit more energetic, but the thing is, we think of it like a lot of times as something symptom oriented where, oh, I've taken something for this, when you have to work it from a lot of different angles. So it's not necessarily different. It's just the autonomic nervous system is very multifaceted, and when you're treating it deeply, you come at it from a lot of different angles. And so, there's other things. I think you guys remember when we did with the lemongrass, the front heart, the back heart, the forehead, the back head, and then reversed it. That also is addressing the autonomic function. And so they're not necessarily like it's just different ways of treating that system. There's a lot of back and forth movement and just coming at it one way. In the West, we think very symptom oriented, and we think of like, oh, I did something for this, it's good. It does not work that way. Works that way for some symptoms, but when you're really trying to shift how a body functions, you have to just kind of keep coming at it from different angles. And so sometimes the verbiage might seem the same, but the approaches are a bit different. They're all addressing similar issues, but trying to fortify and balance out the autonomic nervous system, for example, is very complex. So.
Question,
Mhm.
is it appropriate to use pH and sweep the lymphatic system? And if so, would one still sweep down and away from the body?
Down and away from the body, I don't know. Like, not sure what they're talking about, down and away. Like down and I'm not sure what's being asked.
And you can type in to clarify.
Yeah, there is a lymphatic protocol in pH. It's not super well defined, but there is a protocol for that. The issue is that a lot of times when treating the lymphatic system, people overlook treating the autonomic nervous system. And as much as you treat just the lymphatic system and not address autonomic function, the treatment of the lymphatic system is so-so, like it's very marginal. Like the more you intertwine like some breath work and treating the autonomic nervous system, the lymphatic function is vastly improved by going through and doing that. Yeah. I think sweeping away, I think, honestly, I'm not quite sure what they mean.
They're saying in pH, we don't sweep up or toward the center of the body.
No, you always go from the center out and then from the top to the bottom. Yeah. If you were to go from the bottom up, you would make the person very ungrounded. That's not necessarily a good thing. So always from the top to bottom, from the center out. If you go from out to the center, it's actually can be very congesting to the person. So, yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Okay, I want to make sure I have this correct. You said, oh, thank you very much for the class. It's a wonderful class. I'm so thrilled that I was able to be a part of it today.
Oh, good, good.
It was, you said center out and top to bottom. I
Right.
have that correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I noticed towards the end when we were doing the groin area,
Mhm.
this stuff really obviously works because I didn't really have anything going on that I registered, but then I had like all of a sudden on my left side, like all of a sudden it like balled up. It didn't clear. So
Yeah,
when you guys
those-
kind of went off, I just kept going
Yeah,
back
good for
through
you. Yeah,
back of behind the knees. And
Yeah.
then did I do that correctly then?
yeah, perfect. So that is the issue, those lymph nodes in the groin, they can get really super impacted. Like so I've seen them get just like humongous on people, and we have to go through and just keep unwinding and they get real impacted. So you just keep flushing them out. So that can be it possibly could be things with like the bladder and stuff, but most likely it's the hip and the hip socket. Almost every time it's the hip and the hip socket. But even injuries in the psoas, which is the hip flexor, or the upper part of the hamstring, can cause those lymph nodes to get really super impacted. So, your legs usually are lymphatically not as good as like the arms or the upper part of the body. So like, really bad areas for lymph stagnation are usually areas that are compromised, like arthritic conditions, things like that, the gut, and then the legs, and then in the legs, mostly the feet. And
Okay.
so like, if you just keep moving that, things improve. Yeah. Like
yeah.
I, back when I was young, I had something that I'd had multiple surgeries on each leg for, and the doctor basically told me every 2 to 3 years I was going to have another surgery. And I was like, well, when's that going to stop? And he goes, basically when you die, like it's just going to be every couple of years you're going to need a surgery. And I was like, oh, that's ridiculous. Like that's like by the time I recover from one, I'm going to need another one. I was like, man, I'm not going to play that game. And, I would say I had a good solid 15 years of having substantial pain in the legs. I could see why he said the surgeries. This was very, very painful. And, they were injuries. And so, I tried all kinds of things, and I focused more on just like fascia and pain relief and everything like that. And I could get like temporary relief, like I could treat it really intensely and have a couple of good days. But as soon as I stopped treating it, it would just go right back to the way it was. And I was like,
I just didn't want to keep having surgeries over and over again. And so I kind of gave up for a little while. Like I was just like, I'll just suck it up. And it gets to where, like, when it gets really bad, I have a hard time even standing just because of the injuries. And so I was like, God, this is ridiculous. I'm still relatively young. So I switched gears and I did lymphatic work. I gotta say, I hardly have any pain. Like the
Oh.
pain's not like sharp anymore. Like the sharp pain's been gone for a really long time. I do get achiness, but given the nature of the injuries, far cry from what they predicted. And as long as I keep doing the lymph work, I don't even have the achiness. I can go weeks without treating it, do a couple of treatments, and then I'll go another few weeks to a month without having any pain. And given the nature of the injuries, like I would say that's not usual. Like areas where you have anything chronic or an injury or a surgery site or something, the more you work the lymph in those areas and just keep the lymph moving and moving through other parts of your body, but really keep that area detoxified, pain goes down substantially and the nerves will function better in that area. The nerves will stop functioning if that area gets really lymphatically toxic. And so by just keeping that moving, it's a big improvement. And I would say also it's a big improvement for the physical heart. The heart has potentially less chances of forming like plaque and things in the heart by constantly cleaning the lymphatic system. You keep your lymphatic system healthy, usually the heart is relatively healthy, even if you have genetic predispositions. And so, yeah.
Deeply encouraging. That's very
Yeah.
encouraging. We will have to keep things moving. You are going to
Yeah.
have to teach those 10 classes, I
Yeah.
guess. But I was going to also say that
Yeah.
when it showed up in my left, down on my left top of my thigh, in that
Mhm.
crease kind of, I could feel it pull on the right side of my shoulder. So that must be that trigger point. Like you were talking about.
It could be that, or that could actually be a little bit of a fascial pattern that happens. Like you'll have a little bit of like maybe an elevated hip or shoulder. They're not always on the same side, so you'll get things that will kind of bounce around. You could still treat it lymphatically because that will unwind the fascia. Lymphatic work is always a great way to release fascia, but there is the fascial oils, helichrysum, spikenard, all of those can be really helpful. Applying those to your back can help diminish that pattern as well. Keep working the lymph and then keep working that. And, this is many, many years ago, but we used to take the people that were in some of the studies, and we would take photographs of them before and after, and we'd put like a plumb bob from the ceiling. So we'd have them stand and we'd look at like how the body was misaligned. So we do forward and from each side and then the back side. And so we'd look at the misalignments. And then we were trying different ways of correcting this. There's fascial work, there's osteopathic manipulations, there's energy work. But one of the ways that consistently produced a result of increasing and improving body alignment was deep lymphatic work, because it unwinds those fascial lesions to a much higher degree. And if we just, there was a segment of people that we just treated them lymphatically, they had really solid improvements in their body alignment, so elevated hip, elevated shoulder, rotations, all things of that nature. And then when you look at them on the plumb bob, things would even out without having to do specific work on like a shoulder or a hip or part of the back. And so we all have those kinds of misalignments. But if we work the lymphatic system, it really will start to balance things out.
Thank you so much.
Yeah,
I just kept I stayed behind that knee and it just straightened and
Mhm.
pulled that shoulder right. You know, as long as I kind of did that for a bit, the shoulder
Mhm.
thing just dissolved and it
It's-
moved down my leg, I guess.
it's-
I moved somewhere.
Yeah, isn't it funny how, there's a spot that actually is even documented in, well, the trigger point activity is actually documented in physician desk reference books. That all the trigger point activity or treatments that you see in holistic circles are all based on these physician desk reference books. And it was actually done by Dr. Travell. It was a doctor back in the 60s. I actually think, if I remember right, it was the doctor to Kennedy, to President Kennedy.
Oh,
And I think it was before he was president. And so like a substantial person. And they document things like something down by your Achilles tendon, like a down close to your heel, will cause substantial like back pain in the SI joint. Like, so you have this issue like down by your calf, the pain is up by the SI joint. So you treat the SI joint trying to resolve it, doesn't do anything. But if you go treat that calf, I mean, it's down like almost on the heel. You treat it and that back pain goes away.
amazing.
The body does all kinds of weird things like that. Does all kinds of weird things like that.
This is so fascinating. Thank
Yeah.
you. I really appreciate it.
I'm thinking that like the extending the modules, I'm thinking that we might go into a little bit of trigger point work, like really deep, really specific to at least things that are common problems with trigger points, common areas, I should say. Like, the one up here and the
Yeah.
where the neck and the shoulder, everybody's got that. Like, who doesn't want a little help there?
Definitely. I'll sign up for that one for sure.
Right.
Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And we had more question here. When treating fascia, we used lemongrass. Will fascia release, pepper, or viscosity work also?
So all those are for fascia, but they actually do different things, right? So the pepper or the viscosity blend is actually for releasing fascia. Here we use lemongrass not to release fascia, but to reduce the inflammation in fascia. And so things like cellulitis or like myofasciitis, areas where something has lost tone. It can be because of a compromised nerve. It could be because of a lot of inflammation. It can be because of poor functioning in the lymph nodes or no functioning at all in the lymph node. The fascia can become very inflamed. It doesn't look swollen like if you had a bunch of swelling on your knee where it puffs out. There's just this like little puffy like look to the tissue in that area. Like you can tell like the skin looks a little inflamed, the area looks a little inflamed, but there's areas in our bodies where we do have some inflamed fascia. And so the use of the lemongrass actually helps to reduce the inflammation, which then eventually causes the lymphatic system to function better, and it helps to jumpstart the lymph nodes. Yeah.
Earlier, somebody asked, what is in aerophagy?
Let's look at that. Aerophagy is anise, fennel, coriander, tarragon, caraway, and C. odorum, which is like a type of cumin. Like it's a very strong detoxifier. So all of these are very antispasmodic to the stomach and some of the mechanisms up in the throat.
Can you use the treatment section for fascia and trigger points as a standalone, or should we
Oh,
really do the whole class
No,
together?
all of it can be done as a standalone. Each segment could be a segment unto itself. I mean, these things are developed to kind of augment each other, but they also can stand on their own. Yeah. Yeah. The one, like I use a variation of the segment for the fascia to actually treat plantar myofasciitis. I'd say 80 to 90% of the time, it usually will knock it out. There's times where it doesn't, but I find that it usually is tied to also either really impacted lymph nodes or something up with the autonomic nervous system. And so, yeah. Okay, well, good. Let's jump to the top of page 16, and we're going to do this last segment. And so, speaking of like trigger points, we're looking at helping to detoxify the digestive tract. And so we look at it from the inside out most times. We look at the organs, what's functioning, what's not functioning, areas where the lymph nodes might be impacted. And here we're going to do both. But speaking of trigger points, there are trigger points in and around the navel area that when they become activated can cause a lot of stagnation and lymphatic movement in the gut, can actually throw off the parasympathetic nervous system, which is your rest and repair or rest and digest aspect of your nervous system. And it can cause things like diarrhea. It also can cause dysfunction in some of the women's period or cycle, right? Mostly more digestive than anything, but it can have an impact. And so it's in and around the belly button area and then a little bit below. But they're all kind of close together, but there's probably about 20 trigger points in that area. They're all real close together, but if they get pretty wound up, they'll cause substantial dysfunction in the gut and in the lymphatic detoxification of the gut. So we're going to take a shot at trying to address this. So if you have the trigger point blend, the ointment, put some in your hand and rub it in and around the navel area, like a little bit above, a little bit below, and a little bit to each side. Go a couple inches above, below, and to each side. Trigger point blend or Ayurvedic, Bay Laurel, Thuja. Yeah. I've cured many cases of chronic diarrhea where the person had diarrhea for more than 10 years. And sometimes it's the diaphragm. A lot of times it's these trigger points in and around the navel. And a lot of times with just a single treatment or two, the diarrhea will stop. And this isn't like they didn't do treatment. They went to doctors, they went to specialists, it just wasn't responding towards normal medications. And so I would go through and just start treating the other factors and the diarrhea would go away. So once you've put that on, start inhaling the oil that you're using, the trigger point blend, the Ayurvedic, Bay Laurel, Thuja, whichever one you're using, but start exploring your whole abdominal cavity. You're still exploring that whole abdominal cavity. And then go to 1.5 inches below your navel, which is known as your navel minor, and inhale with your awareness on that area. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. And again, start by inhaling and exploring your abdomen. So you're practicing abdominal awareness. Up high, in the middle, down low. Just try to find spots where you feel heaviness, denseness, some agitation, some stagnation. You're still exploring that area. Explore that area in and around the abdomen. The belly button on the lower abdomen. And your awareness is on the navel minor, which is 1.5 inches below your navel. And then just be still. So we're going to go to number 2, digestive detoxification. The laurel, rosemary, verbena are good. The intestinal detox is a very strong choice here. It's best to take a little bit internally, a couple of drops of any of these, 2 drops in water, and drink it. But if you just want to do the inhalation right now, you can do that, but good to ingest it for this particular segment. Begin inhaling, whatever your choice is. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus. Begin long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness on the front solar plexus. Move your awareness to the back solar plexus. The mid-back area. Your awareness is on your navel. Taking long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the navel. And then the bottom of the tailbone. And then just be still, be aware, just let go. Just let go.